All right, I'm back. I had something to eat with the wife, came home. Now we are back on the printer. Getting back to me here. I finished up most of the heat sets. I did leave a few still to do. I had to reprint one piece. I had to reprint this guy because I printed the wrong one. I had the wrong, hard to see, white's not showing up well, but I had the wrong piece here. So I have one heat set to add there, and then I wanted to show these guys off a little bit. So I figured I'll do the heat sets for these. Do these ones on stream here. So let's go back to the computer. We're doing heat sets. Let's get this plugged back in, warming up. Yeah, so this one just has the one heat set in the center. I gotta put all my heat sets away. Got some over here. Let me see how many I have. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is not enough. A little pile of random hardware over in the corner over there. I was just seeing how many heat sets I could steal out of there. I got 5. That's still not enough. All right. Let's grab my hardware. I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18. I need 21 of these bad boys. Definitely wasn't scrounging 21 up. One in this guy. Two, and then we got two in here. Just a second here. And then, is that it? Just the four. Cool. And then another one with the four. To figure out how I had my camera before. Right? Stick it a little bit. Pretty good. Couple in the end here. We got another one down, and these ones have a bunch of heat sets in them. we go. And then I need 2 here and 2 here. And then there's one more thing I want to do to these parts, and that's dress them. Just gonna kiss the mating surfaces with a nail file, just to make sure that everything seats flush. Sometimes that top layer of a 3D print can do some weird things, leave some little artifacts. All right, and last one. And we'll put the heat press away. Dress some parts real quick and get back to assembling. Perfect. And I think we're done with heat set inserts. Unplug that real quick. Set it up here. Actually, we're just going to get it right out of the way because I'm pretty confident we're done with it. And then I said I wanted to dress some parts. I'll show you what I mean by that. So we have a few surfaces where they meet up against another part. There you go. So there's some little raised areas. I'm just going to kiss them real quick and make them flat. Not really trying to remove material, you just want to take the edges off. Good. Those guys don't need it. I don't think these need it, but we're going to do it anyway. Probably gonna kiss this guy just so it slides in that a little bit easier. And we'll hit this guy. Alright, now we'll hit these ones. Like I said, it doesn't take much. We're not trying to remove material, we just want to take those high spots down. Those are done. We'll kiss this one. This one. And last but not least, actually I don't think we have to do this one. That's good. None of those are critical. That's not critical. Just real quick. The only thing red in there is the deck panel, so I don't think that's going to be a big deal, but... And then, do we hit the stealth burner stuff? Probably. That was pretty flat to start with. This is the only other critical piece. All right. That should do it. And we should be able to get back to frame now. Nope, not quite. We still got to install that guy. All right. Put these heat sets away. Pretty sure we're done with them. There we go. Let's get the printer back out. Go back to a wider shot. Gonna set this rail aside. And I've got this guy here has to be installed back here. Just 1 second here. All right, so we're gonna need M5 by 16. One of these guys. I do like this black chrome hardware. Pretty good. And I think we're gonna use hammer nut. No, I lied. We're going to use a T-nut. I'm not going to worry about putting the end of the cable chain on there yet. We'll do that later on. Now we're into the bed. Recommended to place the M5 nuts in advance in this step. All right, let's get some M5 nuts. Nuts will go into these holes. All right. And then we need this guy. Again, I think we're going to install the cable chain a little bit later. We need some M3x8s. Throwing these two together. There we go. And then these go on here. Got one back here and one up here. That's why we put those nuts on first, because they're a little tough to get to otherwise. More 3x8s. And we'll snug them up. And before we put the bed on, we'll put an Allen on them and make sure they're good and snug. All right, so I need this guy here and a limit switch. This guy here. Couple more M3x8s. This seems like complete overkill for this. This could have just been a little self-tapper. And that's going to go back here, so we need a couple more M3x8s and some T-nuts. They're going to come in a little bit tighter here. Installing this as not only the end stop, but also the limit switch. There we go. Right. And it looks like we also need this guy, an M3x10. And another hammer nut. There you go. That doesn't seem right. Looks like that's going to fall right through there. Guess it's not. Looks like that should be an M5. Yeah, I'm going to put a bigger screw in there. It calls for an M3, but I don't believe that's correct. Does not seem right to me. Do I have an M5 by 10? Yep. I don't know if M10 is correct either. Let's see. That doesn't seem like that's going to be long enough. Give it a shot though. I'm almost positive this isn't going to be long enough. Do we have a 12? No. That'll work for now. Yeah, I definitely don't think that's supposed to be a M3 by 10. And again, we'll put the cable chains on when we do cable chains, I think. Or should we do that now? I guess there's no reason not to do it now. Are these all the same length? Yes, it looks like they're all the same length. Scroll back up. Sorry about that, guys. Alright, so if you notice, there are two different ends here. One has an external ear, and one has an internal ear. Now, one of them rotates pretty freely either direction. The other one is locked in place, so it's important you put these in the correct locations in order to properly manage your cables. Now, because these are all the same length, it doesn't matter where I get the ends from. I just need to make sure the correct ends go in the correct place. So I'm just going to pop the ends off of all of these cables. Every cable has one fixed end and one movable end. In order to get these off, you gotta release this tab to open it up so it can separate. One of these. And then we need 3x6 flatheads. This would be these guys. I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them for now, it looks like. Man, these guys are tiny. Hard for my sausage fingers to pick up. Alright, so for this guy over here, we need something one of this style. And yes, this would have been way easier. Oh. Why are you homing? I don't know why you just started that print, but all right. Give me 1 second here. I know you guys aren't going to be able to see this super well because I already installed it. All right, now we got we just did that one. Now we got to do the one on the bed over here. Spin this guy around. This one wants one with the holes in it. What that's showing. You guys can see this any better? On the wrong side of my lights here. And this is going to face away from two holes. So these little two holes here, that's going to be for a zip tie later on. Yep, I should have listened to the directions and spelled these before. That's what you get. There we go. And then this last one, I'm going to take back off of there to do. And this last one wants one of the internal ones. This guy here. And again, we're going to face away from the holes for a zip tie. We're going to have to adjust the height of this later. Wrench out. So that our chain rolls appropriately. Basically what you're looking for is for this to be in line with this. This actually has to come down a little bit. I'm gonna go something like that. Actually, it looks like it's pretty straight, so I think we're gonna roll with it. All right, what do we got going on next? Holy moly, we're on to motors. All right. Grub screws, the root of all issues. Use thread locker on all grub screws after you set their position. In my experience, grub screws typically come with thread locker on them. I will verify that there is thread locker on these, but I don't happen to have any right here. Sure, the motor is oriented as shown. Okay, so we are on the back side of the machine. The Y motor, I believe, is the one that we're reusing. That is going to be, say which one to reuse. Sure doesn't. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that it's this guy, the beefy one. Guy here. The 42. Is that what I used on my other one? Yep. All right, so we got to get this pulley off of here. Once upon a time, I found on, I don't know, one of the Chinese cheap stuff sites, this little pulley press. That's what we're going to use today. It was only a couple dollars. Goes under there. And then slides into the slot. Let you pop this right off of here. I can get a decent shot of this for you guys. Get it lined up appropriately and then I'll show you. Alright, that camera here is this camera. So this piece here slides into a groove in the puller and then goes around the bottom of the pulley you should just be able to pop this right off. Like that. Easy peasy. Throw this in the extra parts thing over here. Extra parts and pieces. Then it says we need a pulley out of the hardware kit. These are all the same. Let's see if there's Loctite on this. Nope. Alright, let me see if I can scrounge up some Loctite real quick. I don't know if I have any, but I'll check. I'll be right back. All right. I do not see any. So, let me check one more place. Add a box. I gotta clean up my shop. I had a box of stuff that I meant to put away, didn't get to it, and it had, is it over here? Nope. I had some extra stuff for my CNC in it. I believe that had a little squirt of Loctite. Alright, well, I'll have to run out and get some tomorrow. I'm gonna proceed. I will Loctite them at a future date. So this shows it going on this way. 8.5 mil up. It looks like I don't have an 8.5 mil spacer either. So I'm gonna guess about here and we'll fix it on the machine. I'll show you how to do that in a second here. Roughly where they gotta go. Alright, so we got this guy. Need both of these. What are we looking at? Those. Something like this. Nope. This. That's how that goes. All right, and then we need some M3 by 40s. We'll get some M3 by 40s out of the kit here. M3 by 40s. These run through. Then we'll put the motor on. So this shows this and this. This is going to go on the machine in this configuration. And I'll be able to get to these with, as long as I don't put the enclosure on, I'll be able to get to these and throw some Loctite in there. And like I said, we're gonna have to go back in and adjust this belt anyway because I didn't have the correct spacer. And this is a Pro, so I don't need this little adapter piece. The difference here is this is a 20 by 40, so 20 in this direction, 40 in this direction extrusion, and what I have is a 40 by 40. We need M5 by 16s. So let's get some M5 by 16s. We need 4 of them. Well, this doesn't seem right. Doesn't fit. Maybe I need to tweak these a little bit. Nope. Well then. Oh, I know why. Because I just slammed these on here. There we go. Let's see if this actually told me where to put those panels. Yep. Goes it even with the end. All right. Well, way to read the directions, right? Now this will go on there. Oh yeah, no problems. Back to the bench top here. Try turning the brightness down on this camera a little bit. Does that help at all? Maybe just a little bit. Can't get at that screw anyway. I'm gonna have to take that off. Let's get this out of here so I can tighten that screw. I'm going to loosen these just for a sec so I can get that other one started. There we go. All right, she's on there. Now we're going to assemble our idler. Sweet. We need this guy and this guy. We're gonna need an M3 nut out of our trusty hardware kit here. And we need a couple bearings. Ooh, bearings were somewhere else, if I remember correctly. I think they were. That's the power supply. Hang on. Are they in here? Yeah. Box O bearings containing bag O bearings. I'm gonna need the rest of them, so might as well get them out. Need 2 bearings. We need 2 M3 shims. Shim shiminy, shim shiminy, shim shim shiroo. Where are the shims? Oh, here we go. Why are we using M3 shims on an M5 bolt? I don't think that's right. We need M5 shims on an M5 bolt. Need an M3 by 16. And an M5 by 20. M5 by 20. 40, 16, 10, 45, 40, 30. Here's 20. M5 by 20. All right, so we're building a basic Voron stack. We're gonna have basically 2 bearings with a washer on each side, sorry, a shim on each side, and then a bolt going through the middle. And then that is going to allow us to pass a belt over them. Now, this whole thing has to be installed in the center of this. Something like that. This is going to end up being our tensioner. Now there is no nut on the other side of this. That's because this bolt shouldn't ever back out. The only force on it's going to be pulling it into the plastic. Oh, I messed up though. We had to put this guy in there. Try and do that. There we go. Try and use this guy just to draw it in a little bit. This is going to be how we're going to set belt tension. All right. And we're gonna need some belt. And here is the belt. It says I need 1,000 millimeters. That doesn't seem right. I think we're gonna trim this to fit. Not use 1,000 millimeters of belt here. That seems like an awful lot. This is going to have to go down through here. Like that. I believe it's going to travel through the center of this. Go back to instructions. Yeah, it's going to go through the center. Let's move some of these tools out of the way. On the y-axis, I'm not going to have enough for the rest of it, so we're not going to do that. Goes through the center of the extrusion. Man, I should have done this before I put that back piece on. There we go. Got her now. All right, let's put this pulley back on. Man, that doesn't focus very well, does it? Focus better? There we go. And we need 2 more M15 by 16s for that front piece there. This just goes on the front. There's 2 holes in the bottom of it. There we go. Now you can kind of see what I'm doing. And then we need these guys. Oh, these guys. And some, these guys got to get cleaned up a little bit. Must have missed them. Oh. These are going to go in here. This. We need some M3 by 12s. Three by 12. Need 4 of these total. There we go, that's the right one. Alright, so if you look at this guy, there are some grooves in it. Those are to catch the belt. So what I'm doing is I've got the belt drawn up the middle here. Around here, the center. I'm gonna leave a little bit hanging out just so I got some extra to grab if I need to. And this is gonna go down in there. And these screws are going to hold that in place. You always want to leave the belt just a little bit long. That way if you got to take it off, you got something to grab onto while you're trying to put it back together. You don't want it so long it's going to get in the way of anything, and you want to be able to tuck it away so it's not in the way of anything. But and this isn't where we're tensioning the belt either. This is just to hold the belt to the Y carriage. Making sure the bolts are tight. I know I was leaving some loose because we were gonna try and make sure the rails were tram with each other. We can go ahead and trim this. I definitely don't think that was 1,000 meters. We're going to need about there. Nips to cut the belt. So it definitely has to be that long. Cut it back here and be safe. Plenty for us. Around all our pulleys. I'm just pulling this belt tight while I tighten this, and we can do the final tensioning with that screw and this front piece installed. Turn this around so you can see. There's a screw in here that we can turn to adjust tension. I'm just kind of holding the belt taut. And we can adjust final tension up here. Probably pretty good. Now I'm going to come back here and we're going to adjust this pulley position. Since I didn't have the correct spacer, we're just going to loosen it so it can float. And watch the belt. See if I can zoom in. See. I just want to watch this belt and see if it wanders back and forth. Looks like we're pretty straight. You want to be a little bit more centered in that pulley though. Pretty good. I think we're a little bit too far over. Try that. I think that's where we're going to end up. We're a little close to that outer flange, but belt is centered otherwise. See if I can get it over just a little bit. She keeps wanting to run over there. That's better. There we go. Now she's running right in the middle of that pulley. Perfect. All right, now we need that bed plate. probably got a little bit too much belt hanging out here, so I'm just going to trim a little bit of that. Yeah, that's pretty good. These are going to lay over inside of there underneath that bed plate. This bed plate need M5 by 16s, 4 of them. This one didn't want to catch for some reason. There we go. Now it looks like we're installing these spacers instead of the, you know what, I'm not going to put the bed on quite yet. This is for putting the bed on. We're going to wait on that. The bed will get in the way of doing some of this other stuff. But we do need to come in here, install plate. Let go, just like this. And 3x8s. This is just for linking this to the front grills. You can adjust that later. Starting to look like something. Go back. Computer. Alright, now this is wanting us to install the bed cables. I want to do the rest of it first though. So we're going to do some skirts. Set this down. These guys. And these guys. Bunch more M3x8s. Down inside of here. Focus. Oh. Two screws go. Well, those can't be M3x8s. They're not long enough. Those have got to be 10s. But this only comes with 4 10s. That doesn't seem right. And you'll never see these, so let's get some chrome ones out. Break out my hardware kit. Actually, I think we're going to go 12s with them. See if these are any better. Oh yeah. Way better. Now we actually got some purchase on them. These are going to be the front frame extensions. Then we've got this guy. This is just a little brace for the inside. Looks pretty sweet. Ooh, that's not super lined up though. Why that's not centered. Strange. Let's try flip-flopping these. Yeah, that's a little better. Oh, hey Chris, what's up, buddy? No problem. We're getting there. I'll bust it out and show you in a second. Working on my sweet skirts here. These are going to be frame extensions. I've got all my heat inserts installed. We've got the, not the bed, but the belting and everything for the Y-axis done. The instructions here wanted me to put the bed on next, but wasn't super keen on that, so we're skipping ahead a little bit. I'd like to get as much done as I can before the bed goes on. Bed kind of just makes the thing hard to move around. So what was it that you wanted to stop by and show me? Oh, no problem. There we go. Ooh, now we're gonna assemble some front skirts. Show you the CAD here for a minute, not the CAD, but the instructions here for a minute. That's a front skirt. That's a front skirt. That's a front skirt. And the screen. One second here. Need to rearrange a little bit so I can get comfy. A lot of standing slumped over the bench today. My back's bothering me a little bit. This one. Bring you to failures. Okay. No, I can take a peek at them tomorrow if you want. I will take a look. If you, I don't know exactly what you're trying to design. Let me go to Tinkercad for a second. If you are looking to make a thing, you want to make a sign, we'll call it 5 mil tall, 100 mil wide, and 50 mil deep. If you go to just throw this on your print bed, you're going to have, when this cools, there's contraction forces that are going to want to pull the edges up. So when you have a sharp corner like this, it's going to concentrate those forces on that sharp corner. You take this and apply a radius to it. Now you have a nice rounded corner where it's not going to, the forces are going to be spread out. They're not going to be concentrated in one area. No, that's not the actual right way to do that, because you can see the radius got messed up there. Let's try that again. But if you wanted something that's 5 mil tall, 100 mil wide, 50 mil deep, if you put the measurements in here instead of down here, when you apply the radius, see, it applies it nice and correctly. It's round now. And that should help with your curling. Now, also, when you go to print, if you're having problems with it peeling up off the bed, you can print with a brim as well. The brim will help keep everything like down on the bed. It's more surface area for it to grab. Kind of the same principle where your brim spreads out the forces that are trying to pull it up and provides more surface area to hold it down. That makes sense. Top here. And we've got like them 3x12s. We're going to need 6 of these. And 4 and 3x8 looks like. Take a peek. one on the left went on bed sideways. I mean, that could be from any number of things. Is that like closest to where the door opens? There might just be, I don't know, might just be where the air's different there. Doesn't necessarily mean there's something wrong with the printer. I mean, you can definitely see the nozzle was scraping over it, but I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with the printer. Large flat parts like that are tough because there's a lot of contraction forces on stuff, and also when you have a sharp corner like that, it's I don't think there might just be a cold spot in your chamber that's a little bit cooler than the rest. I don't necessarily think it's something wrong with the printer. You could, I mean, you can try and measure temperatures. You got like an infrared camera or something, you can try that. See if you can find a cool spot. But I don't necessarily think you have a problem. These are 3 by 12. That doesn't. Oh, yeah, I see. It goes all the way through. Okie doke. Yeah. Yep. I agree. I think that's what your problem was. I mean, just round them and try it again. Try to round the corners off and give it another go. This doesn't seem right either. 12 isn't enough meat there. Man, there's been a few fasteners in this that have not been what they needed to. Grab a couple bolts. Hang on one second. Let's see if these work any better. Last ones were just too long, I think. You could also, if you're concerned about a cold spot on your bed there, you could try moving them to a different portion of your bed also. Like if that was the same spot in your bed on both of them. You try moving them around on the build plate a little bit to try and catch a different part of the bed, see if it's any better. If you look at like all of the parts on the bench here, there are no super sharp corners for that reason. When the parts were designed, they were designed to make them easy to print. No, 35 is cool. That's way cooler than I print PLA at. Usually I do it around 50 or 60. You could try that too. Up the temperature of your bed some. Oh, these are the wrong bolts. That's why they won't go in. A bonehead I am. Supposed to be 8s. It might be keeping the bed a little bit cooler because it's enclosed. PLA needs some airflow, otherwise it sags. Oh, those aren't anywhere near long enough. Twelves. These also need to be 16s. All right, what do the instructions say next? We need the skirts there. I guess we might as well put the back ones together too. You got any big plans this weekend, or are you just hanging out around the house? Playing with your printer? Out and tinker. That's what I like to hear. What are you tinkering on? Oh, okay. That's fine. Is that a multicolor, or are you just doing it solid? I do need 2 of those still. 2 of those back out. And I need 8 5x16s. Black and white, yeah. Cool. gonna see that printer start to take shape here in a minute. I'm just going to use these as placeholder bolts for now. So that I can line up the T-nuts. There's going to be longer ones that actually go into some feet, rubber feet that the kit comes with. For now, these will work. Yeah, I think so as well. Gonna look good when I'm done, I think. Like I said, these are just placeholder bolts. And then we got see what I'm doing at all. Around. One. But they don't make this very easy to get at. Should probably installed this before putting that bridge on. There's no way you'd be able to do this without a ball end. Ball end is the only thing that makes this possible, and I don't even think it's that possible. That is not wanting to thread in. Better peek at this. Fortunately, it probably means you won't be able to see it. Man, this is a real pain. This inside corner one is no fun. I think I got it started. Yes. All right. There we go. I think I'm gonna have to get a different Allen wrench to get those inner two there. Let's see what else I got. Let's try this one. I think that's as tight as I'm getting that one. Through here. Unfortunately, I think this is as tight as I'm going to be able to get this guy. I cannot get an Allen wrench in there. Put the M3 in. That is not long enough. And a lot of these screws are nowhere near long enough. All right, well, let's try 12. Definitely calls for 8. You know what? Nobody's going to see these either, so let's put some chrome ones in. And a 12 isn't long enough either. Could be. It should be plenty long. Oh, it's because I missed a heat set. What a bonehead. That's why it wasn't long enough. Well, gotta fix that. Let's do this other side real quick. Come back and knock that heat set out. Let me move some of this stuff around real quick. See if I can get you a better shot of what I'm doing. That's any better. There's not enough light. Unfortunately, I don't think I have a very good view for you at all. Oh, sure. Give me just a minute here. I'll bring it up. My back's bothering me from being hunched over this thing anyway, so I don't mind. You know what? I'm gonna get my heat set press fired up because I missed the heat set insert. And while that's warming up, I'll show you the CAD. Hey, Amanda. All right, so there she is. Everything that is white is printed in white ABS, and other than these big extrusions here, everything that is black, like this, these little pieces, that's all black ABS. So all of that was printed. Actually, I can show you exactly what was printed. Hang on. There. All of that is printed. I did wave at the screen. Yep, this is oh, there's some pieces I missed here. All right, so all of those pieces are printed, everything in here. This is a really cool, I don't even know what you want to call it. Voron Design is technically a company, but they don't sell anything or make any money. They design printers. The founder's name is Max, and he, from what I gather, was contracted to develop a 3D printer at like an industrial scale for a prototyping company, and ended up doing it, and for whatever reason didn't like how it went. He loved the printer, he loved doing the work, but didn't like actually running the company. So he stopped making printers for industrial prototyping and kind of just started designing them for fun on his own and made them all open source. So anybody can go and look at the actual CAD files, not what I made here, but the actual CAD files. Really. It might be kind of cool if I show you that. Do that real quick in just a moment. Go back to the bench top for a second while I do this. Likes the white and black and said it looks sweet. I think so too. I think it looks good. There we go. There is the actual CAD. This is Fusion 360. This is big boy CAD software that I cannot figure out how to use and is lagging my computer. Holy moly. Probably because I have 3 cameras going, Streamlabs, and on my printer tabs and YouTube and Tinkercad. But this is Fusion 360. This is actual, like, engineering grade CAD software. So that's how it's going to look when it's done, except white and black instead of red and black. Yes, the kit comes with an enclosure. We are going to get there. The enclosure is admittedly not great. It's kind of a pain to install. It doesn't look exactly like this. This is one of the modified versions that I had come across that I kind of stole some parts that I liked off of. But lagging my computer, so we're gonna make that go away. And if I go back to this, there, now you can see the yellow one, right, or the orange one right here is an actual switch wire. And then the red and black one is an Enderwire like I'm building now. Amanda said I should be an engineer. Yeah, not quite. There is way more talented people than me doing this. I have a lot of fun playing with it though. Keeps me out of trouble and it's cheaper than playing with cars. Kind of crazy to think that, like, it's only been a year since I got into 3D printing. I didn't know any of this stuff when I started. Helps to be hungry for knowledge. What kind? Connor printed a figurine. What kind of figurine did he print? Yeah, there are definitely I'm not going to say this is a cheap hobby, because at least what I like out of this hobby is building printers, and building printers isn't exactly inexpensive, but there are certainly more expensive hobbies out there. But I mean, for some time investment in a roll of filament, you can basically make anything you want. I don't think there's too many hobbies that let you do that. Let's get this printer back up here. I think everybody needs a good hobby. If you can find a hobby that's productive, even better. White pieces look so good. Happy mistake away from the gray. Yeah. I think I'm still probably going to build a gray one. I have one more ender that somebody had, I don't know what they did. It was somebody else's project. It's got linear rails on it already. But it's a mess. Yeah, buddy. I don't know that building printers is a tag team sport, though, unfortunately. There's not a whole lot of room at my bench here. I mean, you're more than welcome to come hang out while I do it, but I don't know what there is for you to do. Oh, 2 kits? Sure, yeah, we can do that. I'll walk you through it. I don't think I need a kit for the next one because I already have linear rails, but We can certainly do it at the same time if you want. Probably going to take me a little bit until I get to it. I want to do that 2.4 next, I think. If you're not super busy, you should check one of those. I don't know if I ever showed you one of those Voron V2.4. The bed doesn't move at all. The bed is bolted to the frame. Buy the kit to get the E3D parts downloads? No, you can download the parts right now if you want to. They are free. Do you know how to use GitHub? I don't think you mean E3D though. I think you mean 3D, like the STLs. Yeah, okay. Just checking, because E3D is a company, the 3D printing company out of England. I can probably be a good thing to show on the stream here. I can show you how to find that stuff. Are you familiar with GitHub at all? So GitHub is kind of weird. It's not very user-friendly, but at the same time, it's extremely user-friendly. It's great for what it does. And by that, I mean it's great for organizing projects that you're working on, but it's not great for letting other people browse around what you're doing. I mean, it's meant for sharing information, so it does that. It's just not laid out in the easiest way. Let me get these 2 bolts in, and then I'll show you how to get to the files. I know you can't see anything that I'm doing, but I don't think there's any way around that. I apologize. Yeah, the problem is there's no light in here. I appreciate it. I put a lot of work in to try and get the cameras working properly. The problem is this is just a really awkward angle. It's an awkward angle to work at, and there's the black parts with no light means that you can't really see anything that I'm doing. I need to I designed a piece to move these lights a little bit, but then I got preoccupied with printing parts for this and never got back to making the thing, so I got to get back to that at some point. I appreciate you hopping on here to hang out with me, though. Got floor lamps that have 5 heads on bendy things so I can move them all around. Yeah. I used to have 2 big fluorescents with diffusion boxes on them out here. But I couldn't control the color of the light, and they were kind of blue, and I didn't love them. So I had my mom get me some LEDs that I can change the color of, not RGB color, but like the warmth of, for Christmas. They're LED panels, and I just got them set up, but they don't stick out as far as the box lights. So all of the lights concentrated like on the back side of my bench instead of where I'm working. So that camera mount that I made that hangs over the front is actually what this camera is on right now. And I made a mount for those lights that will kind of go off the side of that. I print it out. I don't know if you were on when I was telling the story about my switch wire, but it borked on me last weekend. I had to rebuild the extruder on it. Well, the print that it was in the middle of when it borked on me was that. Temperature, that's the word. Not color, but temperature. I can change the temperature of them. So this is a long, painstaking process here. 1/8 of a turn at a time. wish I had my little bit driver from work. The only thing with this printer that I'm not 100% sold on is that weird tool head I decided to put on it. But that's easy enough to... It's just a stealth burner inside. That's easy enough to change if I don't like it. Just plastic. Oh man, this is no fun. Got to be a better way to do this. Yeah. Using the hardwire is kind of a last resort. Shouldn't really be the primary way. Much easier with something wireless to just send the file also. Easier than both. Like with your bamboo or with one of these. I mean, ideally, you don't want your computer to shut down either, but... I think we're almost there. There's only a few threads left. Figurines are from a game called Lethal Company. I think I ever heard of that one. I'm glad that came out cool though. You said he printed them on the Ender? Game has a Fallout kind of look. Just got a few more threads here, and then we'll show you how to get files for this. I was gonna stream the process of collecting files and building my Tinkercad and all that, but I figure that would be kind of boring, so I didn't do that. Not that this is riveting entertainment either, but... Watching me spend an hour trying to get 2 bolts screwed in. Not even watching me. Can't even see what the hell I'm doing. It's entertaining. Oh, yeah, I bet. Glad it's entertaining for someone. Watching me on the struggle bus. I've tightened bolts I couldn't see that went easier than this. think we're there. Finally. Tighten the other ones down. All right, finally. Whew. All right, give my back a break here. Oh man. 1 second. All right, let's see here. We need a window. Bring it down so you can see me. There we go. So if you go to Siboor's website, and you go to the switch wire kit, there should be a link to their GitHub on here. All right, maybe not. Let's go to Google instead. All right, this is it right here. Siboor Ender 3 switch wire. I'll bring you to GitHub. And then what I would do is if you click this little arrow right here, it'll let you download a zip. This will download everything. No, not the bomb list. The bomb list is just what's included in the kit. But if you go here and download the whole thing, it'll download all of these files into a zip file. And then you'll go to the manual, is what I've been working on. It'll load here. This is just the manual that I've been working out of. If you go to CAD, is where You can open the CAD up in Fusion to look at like how parts go together if you have a question. And if you go to STLs, here are everything you got to print. All of the parts. Now, if you're building your first one from this kit, I would just print the parts that are in here. Oh, lots. Did you see the bag? Did you see my desk? My bench here? Lots and lots and lots of parts. Plates and plates and plates full of parts. When you're building your first one, I would print everything that it says to, because that's going to work with the parts that are in the kit. There's a couple changes that they've made, like the bracket here, or they use a door closer instead of a keyback. I don't know if you were here when I first started the stream or not, but I explained the difference. A keyback is like what janitors use to, they got their keys on it and they let it go and it rolls back up onto their belt. Keyback is a brand name that's available here in the US, and they're not super cheap. They're not expensive, but they're like, $15 or whatever. Let's go back to the bench real quick. On this guy, this is the linear rail for Z. On your ender, there's a lead screw back here. It's actually a screw that moves a nut that lifts your gantry up and down. So your gantry is resting on that screw. It's not going to fall down. In order for it to fall down, it would have to turn that screw. And it's really hard to turn that screw with a downward motion. In this, we don't have any lead screws. We have a bunch of belts on the front, like a Etch-a-Sketch, and that's how it controls Z movement. So there's nothing keeping the gantry from falling down. And when you have the weight of your extrusion and your stepper motor for your extruder and your hot end and all that other stuff, wiring and all that, this falls down. So you need something to counteract that. So they use one of those door closers just to pull up on this a little bit. Because Siboor is a Chinese company, and just about every 3D printing part comes from China. They have basically an entire city devoted to making 3D printer parts. And because they ship all over the world, they don't use the keyback, they use a door closer. So if you printed parts from like a stock switch wire or the original Enderwire build, you would be printing keyback parts instead of door closer parts. Their parts wouldn't be right. I think there's a couple other little changes that they made also, but I can't think of them off the top of my head here. And what I printed is a little different. Oh, the front screen is a little bit different. And some of the electronics mounting's different. We'll get into that at some point. I also printed different motor brackets here. These ones are a little bit beefier. They're thicker, and they have a mounting hole at the top so I can screw them to the Z-axis. And they also have a hole in the bottom here to tie the base together, where the original ones don't. I don't think I have any printed to show you the other style. But you have to put it together a little bit different. So you don't really have to put it together different, but you have to use different hardware. So it's not exactly the way the kit and the manual tells you to do it. So just make sure, like, if you're gonna buy this kit, especially if you don't really, like, until you've built one and you kind of understand everything, I would just stick with whatever they tell you to. It'll be easier for you. Now, there was something else I was gonna say, and now I don't remember what it was. Brain fart. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. So this build is a little weird compared to like a normal printer build, because this is an iteration of an iteration, if that makes sense. This is a company that produced a kit that's based off of somebody else's work, which is open source, so that's fine. But that work was also based off of somebody else's work. So, and the manual for this was written by Siboor, not by the guy whose work it was based off of, or by the guy whose work that was based off of. So the instructions in the manual aren't as nice as some of the other ones that I've built. They're not bad, and you can definitely figure them out, but I've noticed some of the hardware isn't correct, and some of the steps aren't in the correct order. Like, they wanted me to have the bed on already, and I didn't think that was a good idea, and I couldn't imagine trying to, the fight I just had with those 4 bolts, I couldn't imagine having a bed flopping around while I was doing that, so I'm kind of glad I didn't do that. But things are just a little bit out of order. And like I said, there's some hardware that's not quite right. But I mean, that being said, they're not bad instructions. They're just, they are what they are. And let's go back to this real quick. If you go to Voron's website here, and you go to, if you click on any of these really, but if you go to STLs, it brings you to Voron's GitHub. You can download the CAD here. It's set up basically the same way, the manual, download the manual. You can download the whole thing just like you did. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, play around in there. Downloaded the zip, so I'll have to look into it. All the STLs are here, and you can do that for any Voron printer. Voron 2 is but this is a Voron 2.4 that I got to build. Trident's another printer that they have. The V0 is my little printer. Switchwire. The Legacy is kind of just a funsies printer. But yeah, it's set up basically the same way. Same way as that Siboor. I think Siboor copied the way that they lay theirs out. It'll be like the orange one behind me. That is a stealth burner. That's what their tool head is called. Actually, I can show you right here. This is stealth burner. This is This is Voron's tool head. The one that I'm putting on this is, like, I have one of these that I printed out for it. Grab it real quick. This one's a little bit different because it's been skeletonized, but this is that tool head as well. This is what I was going to put on it. But then I thought I kind of like that boxy one. But yeah, basically, like the inside of this, the parts that matter, where the fans are and where all the mounting holes are. Go back to the desktop, I think you can get better. All of that internal geometry, where the fans sit and where the channels are and all the mounting holes and stuff, that's all exactly the same as this. They're all the same inside. It's just the externals are different. They're more or less the same size. It's just the form factor is a little bit different. Alright, let's get back to, I think I'm just gonna finish up these skirts and then call it a night. Back's kind of bothering me. I will certainly answer whatever questions you got though, so if you got more questions, fire away. Oh, hang on, while I'm sitting here. Go back to pop-ups, go away. Here's a V2. That'll have a stealth burner on it as well, but go to Siboor store. I mean, you can buy this with printed parts if you want to, if you don't want to print your own also. But they're really not that bad to print. Voron is a really cool company because they put so much effort into making sure that their parts work well and are accessible. They're at the start of all of their manuals, there's a quote about making space shuttles with garden tools or something like that, and that's kind of their design philosophy. They design all of their parts and printers so that you can source all of this stuff yourself. Like, none of these parts are custom. Like, you could buy these linear rails, you could buy the extrusions, cut them yourself. There's like, all of the parts are readily accessible to buy off the shelf somewhere. Nothing needs to be custom made. And they're also designed to be made with commonly available tools. so that you shouldn't have to go out and spend a ton of money on tools to build one either. But that design philosophy like goes to their STLs also. They're designed to be put on a build plate and click print. There's some specifications that you need to change. They need to be strong because there's forces at play, so you want extra walls and extra infill and extra top and bottom layers. And you want to print them a little bit warmer so that the layers stick together really well. But you don't need any support with any of their models, and they're already in the correct orientation, so the correct surface is pointing at the build plate. So you literally just plop them on your print bed and hit print. I think that I ordered off of AliExpress when I ordered mine, because this included shipping. I don't think Siboor's website has free shipping. I think if you order it from their website, you got to pay shipping. So just see which one's cheaper. They both come from the same place. They both come from Shenzhen. So it's not like one's going to get to you quicker than the other one. Just whichever one's cheaper. And this is the V0 kit that I have. Wow, that is crazy cheap. Oh, okay, so this is no printed parts and no main board. That's why it's so cheap. So for $500, you get all the printed parts. No main board though, that's tough. I think it's probably worth it to spend an extra $100 and get the printed parts. Yeah, I think it is free shipping on AliExpress, but I don't think that it is on Siboor's website. I don't want to put my address screen here. I didn't see anything that said free shipping though. Nope. Yep, it is free shipping. So you could order it from their website too if you wanted to. All right, let's get back to where did it go? There we go. Let's get back to this. So that's what I just did. And we've got the front skirt. And this is going to be where it starts to look like a printer. And 3x8s, like 4 M3x8s and 4 M3x12s. Oh, cool. I'll check it out. Give me 1 second here. Let me get the bolts I need. Let's see your picture. Oh, that's a little figurine. That does look pretty cool. Come on, good. And look at that. Amazing what a little change to your design does, right? Well, if you knocked your project out already, what are you going to do with the rest of your weekend? Start printing parts. But I got news for you. You're ordering something from China. Might be a minute before it gets here. Before you start printing parts, why don't you play around in Tinkercad a little bit, see if you can put the printer together in Tinkercad. I'll send you a link to the extrusions. It's actually kind of fun to do. I started doing it on the last one that I built, and I mean it's almost as fun as actually building the printer. Plus it'll help you get familiar with how to use the program. You can design your own stuff. And that does look pretty good. Yes. So the biggest work plane you can do in Tinkercad is 1,000 by 1,000, and that's just what I keep it at. I don't think there's any reason to have a small work plane, because I mean, you don't have to use the whole work plane, so I just keep it big. And 1,000 by 1,000 honestly it's only a meter by a meter. It's like roughly the size of this hunk of granite. Not granite, quartz. Now, I made one other change that'll be a little bit different than yours. And that is, where are they? Here they are. So these covers are supposed to go in here to cover up all the mess in there. One of the versions of this that I found replaces these, but these, they don't have any holes in them. They're held on with magnets. I'm going to pop these on and we're going to take a peek at how it looks. I got some magnets here. If I can get them to go in, that's what we're going to do. Need a little persuasion, I think. Let's hope we don't crack it. There we go. Do magnets work? There we go. magnets away real quick. Yeah, it looks thick. I like it. And then we'll do the back, and then we're gonna call it a night. I need this isn't fitting quite right, so I'm just gonna take a little bit off here. There we go. It was exactly enough. There's the power inlet. Now we have fan. Go. This fan's going to keep the electronics cool. Come on, get down in there. Go. There we go. Whew, and that is a perfect fit. Could not fit any better. And then we're gonna need, oh, we got one more piece I gotta install. I forgot. Safety first. This is 110 voltage. It's dangerous if you touch it. Have that. Have the shock blocker. Covers up this little unused terminal right here. Supposed to be an M3x8. It is not long enough. Alright, M3x10. There we go. Tuck these up here so they stay out of my way while I'm installing this. Oh yeah, this thing is sick. I like it. I like it a lot. White and black was definitely a good idea. Even if it was a mistake. Happy accidents, right? That's what Bob Ross says. And we need some more M5x16s. And a couple M3x12s. And if I don't like that boxy tool head, like I said, I have all the parts for the internal parts are all the same. I can just swap them out for a regular stealth burner if I want to. But I haven't seen anybody build one of those yet. I thought it'd be cool. I plan on doing a serial for this as well. This isn't quite adjusted right. These guys were slotted. I think we got to open them up just a touch. And then there are there's a couple screws under here that I don't think I'm going to be able to show you. Let's put the covers on. Get to pick the best two. Probably the middle two. There's not great light on those. Yeah, you can't really tell. And I'm gonna go with those two. These are now extra parts. This is how those are supposed to go in instead of the magnets. I don't like the magnets though. I've built enough of these stupid things now. I'd like to come up with an ultimate list. Things that I want to do to these. One more of those. Actually, I think I need 3 more of those. Oh wait, they had me put the screen on already. I don't think that was a very good idea. Well, we're starting to look like something here. Yeah, buddy, I think that's pretty cool. I think I'm gonna call it there for the night. Back's yelling at me. Tomorrow we get to play with the rest of the motion system. So we'll get these motors installed, we'll get the belts installed, get the pulleys installed, get the X-axis going. Then we can probably get the bed on. Yeah, I think it is looking sweet. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. It's coming together. It's really not that difficult either. Like I said, it's a little annoying that some of the hardware callouts are not correct. I hope I'm not the first person to notice that. I'll pop into their Discord and see if anybody else has mentioned that. See if I can't get the manual changed or the hardware list changed or something. It's also weird because it ships with two different kinds of nuts for the extrusions. It ships with these guys, which are the twist-in, they call them hammer nuts. And it also ships with the slidey boys. But it doesn't specify in the manual which ones to use where. So you gotta kind of guess, which isn't ideal. But other than that, it's pretty straightforward. And it does look cool. At the end, once we get her up and running, it's gonna be kind of new ground for me because I've never done one of these with an actual pie. I've always used, I'm not sure if you were in chat for it, but when I started the stream, I mentioned that I typically build these with an aftermarket board, the Big Tree Tech E3EZ. It's a board that's meant to be a drop-in replacement for the Ender 3, but it's got a built-in Raspberry Pi, or provisions for a Raspberry Pi, and it also uses better drivers. This one I'm going to build up with just the Creality board and a Raspberry Pi. And I've never set up just a Raspberry Pi before. So might be a little bit of struggle bus going on. That's looking good though. Gonna look good when it's done. All right, well, I am going to call it. Like I said, my back's screaming. I'll be on at some point tomorrow if you want to stop in and say hey. I'll shoot you a message, let you know what time I'm coming on. Appreciate you hanging out with me. And I will talk to you later. Yep, see you tomorrow.